Alrighty. So this class is estimating and takeoff. Um, I think it's worth, I'm going to go through the drawing or a set of drawings that I found that I think is the right size. I'm going to flip through it. And as I do that, I'm just going to touch on some of the blueprint reading points that we went over in the last couple of classes. I don't think it hurts to refresh. Screen. All right. So again, we're just reviewing here our cover page, our general cover page. We got our rendering, we'll get an aerial photograph, the design team, basics. We've got a general note page. Remember, if it's at the beginning of the drawings, before you get into your individual scopes, it's worth reading. These are going to be notes that apply to everybody. Going through. This is another general page. This is giving you information on the area of the scope of work. Again, something you want to check out. It applies to everybody. It's on the general. It's kind of a weird place to put these. These are some architectural details, building material components. So we got a landscaping plan. So now we're into individual scopes of work. We're out of those general front end drawings that everybody cares about. So now we got a landscape drawing. We're into some demolition. This is an existing building. Demo is always shown with these hash marks. It's also almost always a D. And now we're into our architectural plans. We call these our plan views. These are just those overhead views. This is a plan view showing partitions. Again, all scopes, I will like to reference these architectural drawings. I find them to be the kind of clearest picture of whatever you're trying to see. If you're in a mechanical, plumbing, uh, electrical drawing, there's going to be a lot more symbols, a lot more congestion. So if you're ever just trying to see what does this thing look like, just as a blueprint, your architecturals are your good reference. Touch on them quick. We remember these are call outs. So this is telling us to look at a diagram 5, A501. That's the drawing we'd flip to. And that's going to show us an elevation view of that wall. Same here. That's going to show you an elevation view looking this way at that wall. Remember these drawing callouts. We got a keyed note here. Remember these keyed notes are always going to be tied to a keynote legend. And that's how you would do this takeoff. 109 is 3/4 inch poplar wood sill painted. So it's giving you all the details on this wall with that keyed note. So just a touch on keyed notes and drawing callouts. Again, most importantly, all of this stuff is on a legend towards the front. If you don't have to memorize it, but you will eventually once you see them enough times. So now we've got an exterior elevation. Could be important for different reasons to different people, but always good to know that they're there. I guarantee you reference them no matter what you do a couple times. These are those wall sections. This is actually what that was the call out was bringing us to. It was telling us this is what that wall looks like as a cross section. Because if that's important to you, if you do partitions, you need to know all these details. If you're an electrician, you don't need to know all these details. So again, not everything in here is for you, but It's good to know. So we've got more partition details. These are telling you the gypsum board on both sides, one side, the insulation thickness, all that jazz. We got some interior elevations. We remember those, showing us mounting heights. If we're painters, it's going to show us interior partitions and we can get square feet. We're going to be getting into all that in this class. The reflected ceiling plan. Again, this is something that can affect people besides just ceiling installers. This one's showing some light fixtures. If you have any work involving the ceilings, to really properly estimate how long it's going to take to do that work, you should probably know what kind of ceiling you're dealing with. And that's where you're going to get that information, is the reflected ceiling plan in the A set architectural drawings. We got a door schedule. We remember all doors are scheduled because that's just how they do it. Even if some of them are exactly the same, there's enough differences where each door, if we went back to that first architectural plan view, is going to be labeled with one of these numbers. And that's how the door or the general contractor or the vendor that they get their doors from, all this information is very valuable to them. So that's an architectural schedule. We know schedules are involved in basically all the trades. Schedules are just applying more detail to something on the drawings that is just a symbol. So it looks like we got a flooring plan. So it's a plan view. They removed the ceiling and now they're just showing you the floors. These floors will all be scheduled somewhere to let you know what they are. This is it's a weird one, a furniture plan. And now we're into our MEP trades, and it's going to follow the same basic format. We've got some general information. We've got some, these single lines are towards the front. Usually these are on the back, but same difference. This is a single line diagram. It's a more simple representation of the system. It's just going to show you your components, how they're attached, but you're not going to get any linear feet from this. It's just an easier visual of what you're working with. And you'll see these specifically in the trades MEP. Some schedules, some notes. This project did not have a specification book. And you're going to hear me talk about specifications a few times in this training. We're going to get into it more on Saturday. But if you don't know, specifications are a huge book of just paragraph after paragraph going into minute detail on everything. So again, it's one of those things where a lot of it will not apply to you, but some of it will. I say this generally, it's more for your vendors because it goes into the specifics on equipment that none of us are going to know. But if you do nothing but sell a certain type of equipment, you need to know, is the wall 1 inch thickness, 2 inch thickness, what type of isolation, vibration isolation does it need? There's a lot of minute details that we're not worried about, but equipment vendors will need for pricing. So those specifications, and again, we're going to get more into that on Saturday. But this particular project was small enough where they just shoved all the specifications on a drawing. Yeah, so that's a more robust note page than you'll typically see. So now we're into our electrical drawings. Again, if you're ever unsure, they're typically labeled down here. This is a first floor removal plan, so we got some demo. We also know to be checking our sidebar. Giving us name, giving us the drawing tag, giving us the date of the drawings. Another tab, and giving the design team as well. And we're just going to do one quick. And you can see again, now we're repeating ourselves, right? Looks the same, but we're in the mechanical. So I just want to do a quick review, ultra quick of, that general flow of the drawings, touch on the different types of drawings that we did in blueprint reading, because obviously blueprint reading, estimating, and takeoff are all very closely tied together. And always, any questions as I go or requests to slow down, throw it in the chat, and I'll be trying to keep an eye on it. So one of the first things to consider when you open up your drawings and you're preparing to get an estimate is to go through and kind of get a feel for, is this going to be a very time-consuming estimate? Because time management, as I'm sure you all know, especially in this industry, is critical. We all have a million balls we're trying to juggle. So just, really quick general note, if you're looking at projects and you see a large key of individual notes, like you're seeing here, and these are paragraphs, that can be a difficult takeoff because they might be packing a lot of information in these notes that you have to account for on each one of these notes. So if you're seeing a drawing that has or a package of drawings that has lots of documents with just extensive notes, just know that that's going to be a little more time you should plan to spend on this takeoff. There's some reading involved. Again, it changes architect and engineer to architect and engineer. In my opinion, well, not opinion, some just do it much better than others. I find this is kind of lazy when they do a bunch of notes. They should be showing us on the drawings, not giving us notes, but you'll see it. So it's just something when you're evaluating a project and you're seeing a lot of notes, not a red flag, but you're going to have to spend a little more time on it. Projects involving multiple buildings, or a combination of new buildings and a renovation, that will typically involve phasing, because they'll have to move people out of the new building as they work on the addition. And when you're doing an estimate or a takeoff that involves phasing, multiple phases, you usually have to break it up so that you can give them a number for phase one and you can give them a number for phase two. Or more importantly, you can give your project manager or whoever's actually working on the job what you figured for phase one, what you figured for phase two. So, generally, if the project is phased, which it will show either in the specs or on a drawing, or you can just kind of know, is this project a large addition to an existing building? It might be, it might be a little bit more time consuming, and to budget your time accordingly. We skip I actually want to go to this one first. So the difference between takeoff and estimating, as far as I'm concerned, these aren't Webster definitions, but a takeoff is simply the process of quantifying items on a drawing of your scope. So counting pieces of equipment, getting linear footages of pipe systems, of conduit, etc., getting square footages of areas you need to paint, tile you need to lay down, square footages of mulch. If you're a landscaper, they'll show you areas that are mulch. So takeoff is simply going to these drawings, quantifying the objects that are important to your scope, just counting whether it's 1, 2, 3, or getting a bunch of square footages, cubic feet if you're in civil. So takeoff is simply the counting process. It's taking the drawings and getting counts from it. Estimating is the process of turning these counts into realistic values that fit your particular job. And the reason I put that particular job note is some jobs may have higher unit prices than other jobs. So, 10 feet of duct work doesn't cost the same on every job. If it's 10 feet of duct work, 30 feet in the air, you're going to have a higher unit price for the labor for that 10 feet than if it were, 10 feet above a drop ceiling. So that's where the estimating is. The count, the takeoff is the same. It's 10 feet of duct, but the estimating is applying a real value to that quantity. Takeoffs and estimating employ a strategy, or takeoffs employ a strategy to create synergy between it and the final estimate. So when you're doing your takeoff, you want to be mindful of how you're planning to estimate the thing. And we're really going to get into that more when we talk about our sum sheet and our tabulation sheet. But basically, just have a strategy in mind before you start doing your takeoff, and we'll get a little bit more into that. A proper takeoff, or most takeoffs would be a better way to phrase this, will include assemblies. And we touched on that a little bit in the blueprint reading classes when we were talking about drawing details. Remember the details of those blown up images of something on the drawing that is just a block or just a very simple image. The detail is going to actually show you everything involved in there, whether it's all the pipes and valves that we saw and we will see again, that go into the connection of a hot water coil, or it might be all the the carpentry angles that go into a door frame. It's just a much more in-depth look. And when you're doing a takeoff, you want to count that thing once. If it shows up 100 times on your drawing, you count it once, you create an assembly, and then you count how many times it shows up on the drawings, and you multiply that assembly by how many times it shows up. So again, we're going to go in depth in all of this stuff, but we're going to touch on it first. Estimates will typically, I really should stop using the word should. Everybody does this differently, but estimates typically, and it's helpful to be organized by CSI code, especially if you're doing any city or state work, or I'd even say for large GCs or construction managers. And if you don't do your estimate necessarily by CSI code, you should have some way or be prepared to break out your estimate into a CSI code at some point, especially if you win the job or you're, bottom three, bidders, and they're trying to level everybody to make sure it's apples to apples. They might say, how much do you have for this? Or they might send you a sheet to fill out, and it's often broken up by CSI code. So before we go further, I'll show you CSI codes. I don't know how familiar we are with them, but this is a website I just pulled up for this class, and all I did was Google CSI codes. So, if you want to do more research, it's there, but it's, it's basically just an organization. It's the way the spec book, that huge booklet of information, will be broken out. Because it covers so much, it needs a lot of different chapter titles. But you'll see there's these basic ones over here. And then if I click into these, there's lots more, and it goes into every detail of an HVAC system, and pretty much anything you can think of has its own CSI code. Now, this is where it gets a little subjective. You're not expected to necessarily break out everything into every CSI code, but at the very least, you should know that 2300s are HVAC. 2200 is plumbing, 21 fire suppression, so on and so forth. And the reason you should know that is on the drawings will sometimes reference scopes of work by their CSI code. You may see a drawing that says, variable frequency drive provided by division 23, installed by division 26. That's, and you'll have anything, you'll see notes like that very often for all sorts of different scopes of work. So even if you don't break out your estimate by a bunch of CSI codes, you really should start to familiarize yourself with them because they'll be referenced a lot. And if you want to start breaking them out by code, there are just some general ones that, are going to be more or less on every job, and some that just won't. So, I can tell you HVAC or hydronic piping and pumps, most systems have some sort of pipe. So maybe you keep that section in there. Sorry, some pet shenanigans. HVAC air distribution. Again, another popular one that you might want to consider breaking your estimates out into. But again, more than anything, familiarize yourself with CSI codes because more likely than not, eventually you're going to get asked post bid to fill out a sheet that will be broken out this way. We also have an example of that here. So it's not the clearest, but you can see this was a sheet I pulled up, and basically this isn't by CSI code, but you'll see this often, especially in larger CMs or just larger organizations. They'll have the budget. They'll have 1, 2, 3, top 3 or 4, or I should say bottom 3 or 4 bidders. And then they'll ask you to fill out a chart like this. And more often than not, it will be broken up by a CSI code. And again, they don't go crazy. They're not going to ask you to have 100 of them. They might have HVAC broken up into 5 or 6 codes, electrical broken up into 5 or 6 codes, etc. So main point is familiarize yourself with CSI codes. This is a shot from the table of contents of a spec book. Just to give you an idea, this is just a small cutout. So, fire suppression in this case only has 4 CSI codes they're using. They might, if you were a fire suppression contractor and you were one of 3 low bidders, they might ask you to break down your estimate by these 4 CSI codes. Plumbing has a few more, but they might pick a couple and say, can you break up your estimate into these, roughly. So that was CSI codes. Again, just something you should be aware of, and maybe eventually or whatever, start having your estimates broken up by them before you get into a situation where you're being asked to do it. Because the other thing, if you in a post bid situation, everything's got to happen super fast. It's that's just how it goes. They'll say, I need this broken down and we need to award this bid in 2 days. And all of a sudden you have to drop everything and try to dissect your estimate into different sections. So it's easier and more efficient to do it on the front end and have it in mind. Takeoffs and estimates, you should plan to accommodate addenda. And we touched on that last week. Addenda occur after the drawings have been released to bid and you're already estimating, you're already working on it. And then they'll send out an email saying, oh, shoot, we found a mistake. We're switching this to this. So again, as you're taking off, can you go back and and change a small detail? Or did you just say, that's 40 hours and $100, that room's done? Well, if they switch something in that room, if you didn't do a proper takeoff or you don't have any way to go in and modify that, well, that addendum doesn't do anything to you, or you can't really accurately account for it. And maybe another bidder is lower because they could, because, maybe we didn't know how to remove that thing from the scope that got removed in the addendum because we just had a big lump number at it. We didn't have it broken down that way. But if you're in a competitive bid, every dollar counts. And if they remove something from your scope and you kept it, you might lose the bid by that. You see $15 million jobs get decided by $2,000 or $3,000 sometimes. It's wild how dialed in people can get. And, that's a process, obviously, but something to consider is that, can you modify your estimate and your takeoff if you need to? Another thing to keep in mind before you start your takeoff and before you start your estimating is, what will you need to turn this over to your project manager or whoever's actually running the job? Is there a process in place that he needs to know how much, again, I always go to mechanical and plumbing because that's my biggest background, but, they need to go out and know how much material to purchase. So, you might need to have each type of material broken out. Say, listen, we estimated $10,000 worth of this material. You need to go buy it out for $10,000 or less, or tell us we made a mistake. But, and that's going to be individual to you guys. You guys know more or less, what you need to turn an estimate into a project. What will the person running the project need to know about how you estimated it? Because if there's no connection there, you're going to get in trouble. The project manager should be fully aware of how this thing was estimated so that they can do their best to keep on track. Sometimes mistakes are made or things just happen, but yeah, it's important that the project management team knows what went into the estimate, knows where the money is. They might say, yeah, you were a little light on this, but I found that you were heavy over here. So actually we're balancing out. This project's going okay. But, for the next estimate, you need to raise this number because that's not realistic. That's the sort of feedback that goes into your units that you apply to your takeoff. Remember, that's the estimating part, is assigning value to your takeoff. The takeoff is the skeleton, and the values that you know from experience or you get from software, which again we're going to get into more. That's the meat. That's the rest of the body. Everybody's going to have more or less the same takeoff that bids a project, but the difference is the values assigned to that. And that's why everybody's got a different number at the end of the day. So yeah, so it's just, that's the individual part, is your company's process of what they need to know to turn an estimate into a successful project, but they should be linked. Whoever's running that project, if it's not the estimator, if it's, if you're running a small crew, maybe, or even hopefully it is the estimator that runs the project. But, if you're getting bigger jobs, you're probably going to have a project manager. You should have a turnover meeting. So you won a job, and the project manager looks over the estimate. You go over it with them, and it'll help that project going forward. And we're going to talk about that Saturday as well. And we already touched on this. Just know what's going to happen post bid. If you are low, you might have to break out your prices into certain sections, maybe even certain floors. So having some flexibility is important, and how you take off and how you estimate will give you that flexibility. So creating a sum sheet and a bid template. this is something that uh, is even more subjective. It's something that I think is a process. The first sheet you create, it'll be changed 100 times, 1,000 times. In 10 years, you might have it totally nailed down. But a sum sheet is typically on Excel. I would say it almost has to be on Excel. Um, we can play around with Excel if folks aren't too familiar with it, but really, Excel is super, super important to estimating. Again, even if you don't use it, a lot of folks that you're going to be working with will use it and will probably expect you to fill out, do certain things. You don't have to know every formula or crazy capability, but you should be familiar with Excel. And I would encourage you to get very familiar with it and to create your sum sheet with it. So the sum sheet is taking all of your quantities and assigning value to them in one kind of quick reference. So this would be the sheet that you hand over your project manager, or that you go, oh, we won this job. Well, what did we have in here? We had this much money for this. We had this much money for this. How many total hours did we figure for this job? Your sum sheet should be a quick reference for the total amount of hours you have for the whole job. And when I say the sum sheet will evolve, you might get it to a point where you can isolate all sorts of different things and say, well, we had 40 hours for the third floor, 60 hours for the third or fifth floor. We figured 24 hours for the north facade. That's where it's all individual. Maybe all of that is never going to be needed and it never gets to that point. Maybe it's a very simple sheet, but all the sum sheet is it's taking all the quantities that you took off from the drawings, you just counted them, you brought them into your sum sheet, and you assigned values to them. And it's important to create a standard one. Um, so so you're not creating a new one for every project, and you should be able to create a standard sum sheet. There are going to be items in your scope of work that show up 90% of the time, and then you'll have items that you keep a line for them, but maybe they're usually empty. But creating a standard template will go a long way in creating a healthy, logical estimating process. Every job's got the same looking template broken out in the same way. And once you've used it a bunch of times, it becomes just a super quick reference for you, something you can fill out quickly, and something you trust, and something that is uniquely yours. I can tell you the people I work with in a freelance capacity are crazy protective of their templates. They put a lot of work into them. They usually have built-in unit prices that they've figured themselves to be accurate for their market, for their type of work, for the efficiency of their laborers. That is your sheet. The values you assign are all you. Again, there's software, there's programs that can give you labor units and material units, and I would encourage you to use those for a lot of commodity items. But at the end of the day, you should have a way to adjust it to your particular circumstances. So again, typically done in Excel because it's just the easiest way to organize information. Plus, with a few simple formulas, although that summing up hours and getting totals is very easy once you get the hang of it. And we're going to do some of that today. We can probably do more of that Saturday as well. Depending on the software being used, and there are so many different types of software used for both takeoff and estimating. And I'll show you the difference coming up here and the differences in those softwares. A lot of software will offer both, but it costs more to get the estimating, the value side of it, than just the quantity takeoff side of it. But there is software out there where you can take off on it. So you count everything, you click a few buttons, and it's going to print out or spit out an Excel sheet, typically Excel, that has values is automatically assigned to everything you took off. And then all you might have to do is adjust a few lines to accommodate, because the system might not know that it's a 30-foot ceiling. So you might have to go in a couple places and add some hours, but the software nowadays can do a lot for you. It's expensive, but again, if you're looking to kind of kick up your bidding and kick up your estimating department, definitely look into software and your options. I'm going to show you basically two low-level takeoff softwares, and I'll show you pretty expensive estimating software, and you'll see the difference and kind of what they offer. But you know, that's an early step in all this. If you're kind of just beginning to try and bid more projects, bid larger projects, bid to larger entities, and just expand in general, you should be looking at a good estimating software or takeoff software. And again, yeah, every company's sum sheet bid template is different. You got to do something that makes sense for you, the company, the projects you work on. The complexity is what makes sense to you. You know, don't do something if it takes you longer and doesn't help you. But again, you might just be thinking, oh, that project, it would have been nice if I could do this. And then make a sum sheet that can do that, that can break out that information. Or, you know, maybe you want a sum sheet that you can quickly change the wage rate and it will apply to everything. Excel can do that. And you can set up your template to do that, where you just type in a different wage rate and all the hours that you took off will use that new wage rate. That's just kind of one automatic thing, time-saving thing that a good, well-thought-out template can provide. It's really it's your cliff notes. It's, you know, if you want a job, you're married to that bid template. I mean, that's what the whole job is based off of. So I believe we covered all of these when we talked about CSI code. I'll touch on Uniformat quickly. This is just another form of breaking up estimates, but it's much more common in the design phases, like schematic and conceptual and stuff like that. There's only, I don't know, maybe a dozen different Uniformat numbers. So it's just much higher level. But it might be, you know, depending on what you're working on, Uniformat might be enough for your breakdowns. Let's see, I think I can show you a quick Uniformat. Yeah, perfect. So these are Uniformat. As you can see, not a ton there, right? It's just very high level. HVAC just has these. Everything on the whole project will be condensed into these categories. You might find that these are enough. Maybe this is how you break up your bid template, roughly, or at least you're prepared to. And you know, you've got numbers broken up in a way where if you need to, you can sum them up and throw them in one of these categories. So that's Uniformat. Again, mostly in, if you were on a design build project or you're just involved early on, that's where you'd see Uniformat. Some other ways, again, even before you start taking anything off, to be aware, will it make sense, or do you see any value in separating floors in your takeoff? You might want to have something floor one, take off everything on floor one, assign values to that, have one number for floor one. Will that help you? Might not always. It might not always be worth the time, but it's one of those things where if you can do it, it probably won't hurt. It gives you just more information if you win the project. And that's kind of what this comes down to, is how much time do you have? Because the more time you put into it, the better if you win it, especially if you win it. Because then you got to turn all these numbers into real life. But it'll help in some other ways too, and we'll talk about that. By phase, if the project is phased, you're almost definitely, if not for the owner's sake, for your sake, you should have the phases broken out, because there might be a significant amount of time between them, and you'll want to know how many hours you have roughly figured for each phase so that you can plan your workforce accordingly. And then on top of that, whoever's running the project, whether it's an owner or a construction manager, could very well want to know how much roughly you have figured for each phase. I mean, they might, if one phase is, happening way before the second, you might be billing for that first phase, right after it's done, and they'll want to know, what the damage is going to be for phase one. So it's, again, not every project, I guess, but if it's phased, I would go ahead and try to take it off in a way where if I'm asked, I know at least roughly what I have figured for each phase. So these are things I'm considering before I start doing a takeoff. What's going to help me down the line? By building area, this is less so, again, taken on a case-by-case basis, but if it's a huge project and it's broken up into a lot of different areas, it might help, if there's a gymnasium and then there's a classroom section and a cafeteria, it's not critical, I would say, but, again, at some point down the line, they might say, hey, we took the gymnasium out of the scope. The project's over budget, and we need to figure out a way to cut this down. So we're going to save the gymnasium for next year. How much are we going to save? And how much is that going to save us? If you didn't really have that broken out, you're kind of just making up a number. It might work out all right, but I always feel better if there's some logic and some actual math behind my answers, especially if I'm giving back money in that particular case. So that's just kind of one of those, will you definitely have to break out the gymnasium at some point? No, you may never need to know how many hours or how much material you have figured, but you might also have to at some point. And if you do have to, and you didn't plan for it, it's going to be a chore to give some sort of accurate number back. And if you give a number that they don't like, they're going to come back to you and say, prove it, more or less. Well, that's not what we were thinking. How did you come to this number? And if you don't have any sort of backup, they can't tell you what to charge, right? But they can ask for backup and start getting a little suspicious that you might not be acting in good faith, or you might not be going as deep into this as you should. It might be kind of flighty. Like, are they just making up numbers? Do they, it doesn't inspire confidence, right? And that's a big thing. You want, especially if this is your first job with a large entity, you want to inspire confidence. You want to sound like you know what you're doing, like you did your due diligence. And if that in that situation, they said, hey, we took the gymnasium out of the scope, and you go, okay, that took out 600 square foot of this flooring system. It took out it's set, or 800 square feet of mats, and this is the cost that we're giving you as a deduct. Well, they go, okay, great, that matches with what we saw. Okay. So that's just a situation where, maybe you do it. Again, if you have the time, some jobs will be easier to break up these areas than others. That's going to be subjective, but I just want you to start thinking about that as you're doing this takeoff, is what could be helpful down the line based on this project. And kind of, yeah, this last one's basically just hammering home to try and have your data be manipulatable. I don't know if that's a word, but to be able to manipulate your data. The more flexibility you have, the smarter you sound when you're answering questions about how did you figure this. So it's just something to keep in mind. It's why I don't like lump sums, even though they're probably accurate. A lot of you guys have a lot of experience, and you guys can look at a job and say, all right, yeah, it's 20K. And you're probably right. But nowadays, for better or worse, there's a lot more paperwork. People want breakdowns. This isn't a handshake deal with a friend. They might not, they'll want some backup. And even if you have that accurate lump sum number in your head, it's not going to fly on bigger jobs with larger CMs, larger entities like the city or state. You should really be able to manipulate your data to remove a room from an estimate and all the material in that room accurately. So getting started. So we've looked at the drawings. We've already kind of budgeted time in our heads based on how complex it is. We've looked at it and we've figured out that it's going to make sense to break it up in such and such a way. So now we're actually getting into it. Again, this depends on your individual scopes, but one of the first places I go, especially in MEP, are this equipment schedules. And I'll go and I will create a tag and account for all the equipment and fixtures on this schedule. I'll show you what that looks like. So if I were the mechanical contractor here, one of the first things I would do, and I guess I'll go quick. This is Bluebeam again. I talked about it last week. It's mostly a reader, but it does have takeoff ability. It doesn't assign any values to it. I can just count things. There's an upgraded version of this that's a little better all around for just takeoff than what you're seeing here. But we'll get more into the actual software, but I just want to show you what I would do when I'm starting. Oh, I'm sorry, we're in the plumbing. So we're in the plumbing. It still stands. I'd go to the schedule. I'd start getting my fixtures. So WC1, and I might make a little note. So what that just did is it took off one of those, and it's going to show up down here. But what I'd actually do is I'd create these tags for each one of these. Go down to notes. And so for the fixtures, because I don't need to know length, these are where those little simple isometrics come in handy. Because this is just kind of the most simple way to count. I could go through over here. See, they're labeled over here, and I could count them on the floor, but there's It's a pretty simple drawing, but sometimes these can get really messy if there's a lot of pipe, a lot of fixtures being shown. So for our plumbers or even electrical, this would apply. These single lines are better for counting, as long as you don't need linear feet. So we created that tag, WC1, floor mount, water closet. 2, 3. So I just counted 5 of those based on that one tag. And I would have a tag for the sinks, and I'd count the sinks. I'd have a tag for the labs, and I'd count the labs. So the schedules are a good place to start because a lot of scopes are driven by equipment. It's going to be a big part of your overall value. So you want to get it right, whether that's an electrical panel, or fixtures or air handling units. It's one of the most important things to account for, and one of the easier things to account for right off the bat is just to go create those tags and start counting them on the plans. And how you label those each one, like I added floor mount to my tag so that when I spit out my report, I'll know just quickly looking that WC1 is floor mount. I don't have to go, all right, I wrote WC1, is it floor mount or wall mount? I better go check the schedule again so I do this correctly. I put that tag in on the front end. So now when I'm doing when I'm attaching value to these quantities, I can quickly see this is a floor mount, which has a different value than a wall mount. And if I didn't create that little tag when I made my line item, I probably don't remember that. It's not a huge deal. I just have to open up that schedule page and check. But if you're doing that over and over again, it becomes time consuming. It's much more efficient to create a tag that especially, that gives you the information you need to assign value to a certain degree. You don't want to write a whole paragraph, but a tag should give you some information to help you. Oh, and yeah, most importantly, before you get started, check your scale. I mean, and it sounds so simple, but this is something that'll catch even very veteran estimators is you start working too fast and you didn't check your scale. So for instance, this one, the scale's not set. This program wouldn't let me start taking off any pipe. But this one is 1/4 inch. We set our scale, apply it. All right, so now we're scaled. And another way to test if the drawing is to scale, and the reason for that is you can see down here, this is actually a 3-foot by 2-foot document if you were to print it out. But if someone were to send you this drawing, maybe it got scanned in, or at just some point this says 8.5 by 11 or 11 by 17, that 1/4 inch scale no longer applies. It's a 1/4 inch scale at this size. Now, it's not something you're typically going to have to worry about. It should be done on the front end, but if you want to ever check, a doorway is typically 3 feet. Okay, so now I can be relatively sure that the 1/4 inch scale is correct, that the document is the right size. Just a nice check to make sure that you've got the right size. Doorway is 3 feet. You could also do, really anything that has a labeled dimension. We can go back into ductwork, I think. We got a decent sized piece of ductwork anywhere. So that 24. So if you want, I guess if you didn't have a doorway, which is unlikely, but you could do it, there just because they give you a dimension. So another way to check, you can either do it the doorway or anywhere they give you a dimension, or they're telling you this is 20 inches by 10 inches, or I know because I've looked at these things a million times that this is a 2x2 diffuser. I can check my scale to that. So again, before you even start, super important. It's surprisingly easy to skip over. Check your scale. Make sure your drawing is to scale. Um, Again, some software will be very, very good at reminding you. Like this one, the scale is not set. If I try to take a linear footage of something, it's going to automatically pop up and say you need to select a scale because what you did means nothing to me right now. So I select the scale, apply it, boom, it's spitting out the linear feet. So that'll depend on the software, but you should also always be paying attention because it sometimes can change drawing to drawing. Typically, if it's either an eighth or a quarter inch, and it should apply to all your plan views. But sometimes they can be sneaky. Again, that's, in my opinion, bad designing to switch scales, but bad designing happens, so you got to be aware of it. A detail is going to be not to scale. Some details will be shown at a different scale when they're side by side. That can be kind of a pain because here I can only apply one scale to the whole drawing. So you got to kind of work around that situation. But, anything that has one of these blocks is going to have a scale. And it's obviously before you start counting things, especially linear feet, square feet, you want to make sure your scale is correct. So we are at 7. So let's take a 10-minute break. Alrighty. Hopefully everybody's back. Um, so always ask any questions up to this point, and how's the speed? In terms of, I feel like I talked a lot that first hour. Does anybody want me to go over anything? Thank you. Okay, so I'll keep going. And again, some pops in your head, throw it up there. So I do this on purpose. Check your scale. Always check your scale. Another thing to just kind of generally keep in mind is you're taking off in 3D, even though everything you're shown is 2D. That's why you should always be referencing your elevations. Um, checking your details. Like we saw, I had that exterior view of the wall, giving you an elevation, and kind of use common sense, obviously. So if you're taking something off, um, there's a height to it, keep track of that height. And just an example of a less obvious, um, something less obvious in 2D and 3D or risers. You'll see these mechanical, plumbing, and electrical for duct pipe and conduit. It'll typically show up just as a square. It's on you to know that this is representative of a riser, and you will know that it's on a legend on the front page telling you this is an exhaust riser, this is a supply riser. If you just wanted to deduce it for yourself, exhaust air, supply air, things are kind of labeled. You'll get to know that this symbol always means supply. This always means exhaust. For whatever scope you're looking at, you'll learn that sort of stuff. But if you haven't, it's listed on the front. And these are actually tied to a schematic or a single line diagram. Each one of these risers is labeled. That's what they're giving you here. So there's a representation of these elsewhere, but that's just another thing again to generally keep in mind and be weary of is that there are items shown in 2D that represent something 3D. And I think a lot of it is kind of just common sense. You guys know what you bid, what's in your scope of work, what clearly is not just a flat item. So the most common types of measuring tools and what your software is going to come with are a count 1, 2, 3, 4, linear footages, areas. The better takeoff softwares will give you the option to do volume. So what you would do is you would essentially do an area calc and assign it a depth, and it will give you a volume. So if you're a site contractor, you're doing something with cement, or you're a landscape contractor, you're doing something dirt or just backfill, for everybody, a plumber might have a below grade pipe. You might need to figure excavation and backfill. On a large project, you want to do that accurately. You might want to know the cubic yardage of backfill that you actually need to do that. And a lot of software will provide that. So I'm going to actually jump to one of those so you can kind of see what I'm talking about. And we've got two that I'm going to show you. So I showed you a little bit of Bluebeam. And this is really my primary function with this is just to read documents, mark up documents, It's basically my Adobe, but it does also have this quantifying feature. And I can do kind of just basics. It does have volume, it's got count, it's got area. Poly length would be just a length that goes all over the place. See, I didn't assign a scale. It won't let me do anything. Boom. So this has a lot of basic features, and I think this version of Bluebeam, I want to say it was only like 350 a year, $350 a year, which in terms of software is super, super cheap. And it has multiple functions. So, I don't endorse anybody besides Suzanne Stanley, but um, it's a good thing to have. It's better than Adobe. It's worth the money in my opinion because it will estimate in a pinch. All right, here's a better one. So let's start easy. Let's say I want to do a count of all these grills, registers, and diffusers. Now, if I'm sending this off to a vendor to get a number on it, maybe I don't really care too much about each individual tag. I'm going to send my vendor the schedule and the specifications, all that nitty bitty information that they need to price these up, but I might not necessarily need to know the different material. I know that all of these are going to take the same amount of time to install. So for this particular exercise, and because I'm just doing a training, I'm not going to break these up by, this is a return register. This is a supply register. Again, you're starting to see that cross always for supply. Just one of those things you'll pick up. So I'm just going to keep it simple. And I'm just going to make a category for GRDs, grills, registers, and diffusers. And I'm just going to start clicking on every grill, register, and diffuser that I see. And so on. Hit enter. And Bluebeam, again, this is where it's not necessarily the best because it's kind of cumbersome. It's got all these other notes. These are just notes that architects and engineers made. I think I can hide it though. Yeah, there we go. That's better. So you can see it kept track. I counted 21 GRDs and it labeled it. So this is the beginning of my takeoff. It's not assigning any value. It's just doing that. So, again, this is where Bluebeam would fall kind of short if you were a sheet metal contractor, because you would want pounds of duct. To get pounds of duct, you need the square footage. And to get the square footage, you need kind of a special equation to get the surface area of a rectangular prism. That's not something Bluebeam could do. But if it was a smaller project and it's what I got, what I could do is this length, and this is where labels matter, and this is where what works for you matters. I mean, there's different ways to do everything. So Bluebeam's what I got. I need to take off some duct. I would always break out your duct systems. I don't even know if we have any mechanical. I don't think we have any mechanical in here. But, so for this one, because that's how I feel. I feel like ducts should be separated. I'm including that supply tag or that supply word in my tag, so that when this shows up down here, I know exactly what it is, and that later on when I'm adding everything up, I can add up only the things that say supply, and I'll have my supply number. I'll add up all the things that say return, I'll have my return number. I can't do that if I didn't label it properly on the front end, right? So that's kind of what I was talking about at the beginning. What makes sense to you? What are you going to need? Do it up front, because it's going to be way harder if I just put 20 by 10 duct, and then later on someone says, I think you're short. Like, how much did you have for supply? I don't know. Everything's just duct. I just took it off as duct. So that's why labels matter, and put a little thought into it as or before you take it off, as you take it off, um, matters. So what I would do is 20 by 10 duct. It's giving me a linear footage. The internet's an amazing thing. I know, because I've used this to do duct takeoffs, that there are websites that I can plug in. What is the surface area of a duct that's 20 by 10 and 6 feet long? And it'll give me the surface area. So it adds more work. It adds a second step that I have to do. But if that's what you got to do, that's what you got to do. And the software that will do all that for you is typically pretty expensive. So it saves a ton of time, but it's got to be worth it for you. So I'm just going to do it. This is a 10-inch round supply. I actually did this wrong. I'm on the return line, but just ignore that. And boom, it gave me that length, that 10-inch duct. And as you can see, it's marking it as I count it, so that obviously I don't go and count everything twice. So that's, linear feet. Let's go to an architectural of some kind. I just want to do a reflected ceiling plan. Good old reflected ceiling plan. So here, well, I bet I have to set my scale. Yep. So it should be a 1/4 inch. All of them have been 1/4 inch. I'm still gonna check. I don't trust anybody. It's a 1/4 inch. Okay. So now we're to scale. So I'm a ceiling contractor, or general contractor, or a ceiling supply vendor. I want the square footage of each type of ceiling. It looks like we got some gypsum. Again, I don't know if how many have seen. This is pretty much always how a gypsum ceiling is shown. Always gonna be in the bathroom. I know that just from staring at these a long time, but there's going to be a legend or a schedule that will tell you as well. You just got to look for it. Unfortunately, the roller on my mouse isn't working, so it makes everything kind of cumbersome. Apologize for that. Being able to zoom in and out is very important for taking stuff off quickly, because some things you might be able, what is that? I can't read it. Oh, it's at 4. I need to zoom back out to actually take off that. All right. So yeah, I wish I had the roller on my mouse, but I don't. So now I clicked on the area icon. I'm calling this AT ceiling. And this is everything I'm showing you in terms of how it works is pretty much across the board for software. The differences come in functions, added functions, and what it'll spit out with all this information down here. But to do a linear foot, it's going to be something like that, where you click along a line. Area is going to be like this. You can either create a box if it's a perfect box shape, nice and quick, or if it's a weirder shape, you can just click along. So I don't want to go into that gypsum. Down to here, over here. And we're back at the start. And boom. So it's marking down 483 square feet of ACT ceiling. So now I want to do the gypsum. Again, this is a weird shape, so I'm not just going to box it. And boom, 146 square feet of gypsum ceiling. And if ceilings were what I did, I'd be going through every reflected ceiling plan and taking off every ceiling. Again, with the tagging, it might make sense to me to label this the actual room it's in. Again, that'd be something on if I win the job and I'm turning it over, it might be helpful. You know, I figured 146 square feet for that women's room, 106. You know, what did you end up with? Why do you have 250 square feet ordered? You know, what happened? What's the disconnect? And the way I just do that is just the way you label it. This is men's room, or actually I call this just to keep it consistent. And I did that. Again, this is kind of the thinking or trying to think ahead or trying to think of what's going to be easiest for me. I want gypsum ceiling all lumped together. And it's going to be easier for me to see all the gypsum ceiling lumped together first than seeing all the rooms first. It just in my head that works better for me. So again, that's the way I'm going to label this, and that's the way I'm going to tag it. It's a nice square here, so we're just going to square it up. Boom. And again, we're keeping track of all this down here. And being a little obsessive, but I want this to all follow the same format. All right, so that's kind of your basic takeoff functions. You're counting, you're getting linear feet, you're getting square feet. Now I want to show you a different program that I actually stumbled on about an hour before this class. And it's kind of cool. I'm still playing around with it. I kind of want to do more on Saturday when I've had more time with it. But the thing about this is it's free. So I wanted to bring it up. It's called MethVin. I would just Google it if you're interested. But from my initial playing around, it seems to be a pretty cool program for free. It does all the things that in Bluebeam. I don't really know. Again, I don't know a ton, but it has one thing particularly that I wanted to show you, and that is the way that I can do a partition, the way I can take off a line segment and assign a height, and it'll give me a square footage. So again, bear with me a little because between not having the roller on the mouse and being a new program, I'm still feeling it out. But I just wanted to show you another, besides just linear feet, blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to call this partition B. And again, these partitions I'd be getting from that detail sheet where all you had 100 different types of partitions. I'd be creating a line item for each one of those. I'd be creating an assembly. This line item includes everything in that detail, the gypsum board, the insulation, etc. So I'm calling this partition B. Click on that guy. This has a special wall area measurement. It's asking me for the height, so we'll say the height is 12 feet. And then I'm just gonna take off a random stick or something. So the scale's all off, but you can see here, this was 6.8 feet linear, but because I had that 12-foot input, it's giving me the quantity 77 of square feet. So if you're a painter or you do drywall, that's the number you want, and it does it automatically. You just got to count here to here, and it's giving you and it's keeping track as you go. So what I'd like to play around with this is, I believe what I can do is label these different kind of categories so that I could maybe do this first floor, and then all of these things under that I'm taking off under the first floor category would apply to it. Again, I'm not sure I'm doing that correctly yet, but anyways, I did want to show you this, A, because it's free and it seems to be pretty cool and worth checking out. But if anything, it also has that extra function where I can just, take a 2D drawing and make it 3D with one input. And it's keeping track as it goes. Again, I want to talk more about this one on Saturday. Hopefully have more information on it. Bluebeam's kind of my old reliable. Yeah, we talked about this a little bit in Bluebeam or in Blueprint reading. Just the importance of notes, and especially when you're doing your takeoff and you're doing your estimate, you're actually putting a price to this. This was a note I took from a drawing, and as you can see, I don't know if you guys have this thing's always blocked right where I need to go. But basically, there's a little note up in this corner of the mechanical. These are the mechanical general notes. So this was the first page, way up in here, very non-discrete, kind of a discrete place. The note says the contractor shall provide temporary piping, provide chilled water. I can't, this is blocking it, to sharp halls, which will remain operational. The piping shall be 5-inch, blah, blah, blah. So this little note is saying that I need to run a 5-inch chilled water pipe from one building to a neighboring building, which on this project was about 200 feet away. So that's a lot of money, a big factor that I had to take off and make sure I put, you can't quantify it. It's not on the drawing, so there's nothing to take off. You just had to read that note, and then I had to investigate where the heck this other building is, and I had to make in my takeoff. I basically just said made a line item. So I'll show you. So if I were to account for that note, the way I would probably do it is just count. And I would say something like note 8 mechanical notes, add 200 feet of 5-inch chilled water. And I would click by that note and hit enter. And if anything, that just gets it to my sum sheet, my takeoff sheet, and it's there. So, when I'm going through and I'm checking all my numbers, I'm going to see that note and I'm going to make sure I account for it. So I took it off as a note. Yeah, meth bin. Yeah, so it should come up right on Google. Looks like you can get a non-free version, but it's pretty cool free program. So we touched on assemblies. Um, some typical assemblies are those partition walls that we talked about. They're going to have gypsum, they're going to have hardware, they're going to have insulation, etc. Some of that might not be in your scope, but if you're a GC, you're probably going to take all that off one time. So you're going to have a linear foot or a square foot of gypsum, a square foot of insulation, a square foot of what am I trying to say? Blanking, but that oh, the stud, whether it's metal stud or wood stud, then you'll have, a square foot price for all of that put together. And that way, when you get your total square feet of partition A, you can just assign one number to it. You're not assigning a number to 6 individual pieces every single square feet. A good one, typical one for air handling unit or a hot water heater. So this is a detail for just a typical hot water coil connection. So your drawings aren't going to show any of this. Your drawings just show a line going into a box, and that's your pipe going into the hot water coil. So what I would do, and what is typically done on the mechanical side and on the plumbing side, is I would go through, and this is something Bluebeam cannot do, unfortunately, or at least not quickly in a way I can show you, is I would count all of these things one time on this detail. You know, yeah, just count these things one time. And then I'd go back to my plans. And if there are 30 air handling units, I'm just applying this detail 30 times. I'm not taking this off 30 times, right? So that's all a detail is saying is when there's a chunk of something typical, take it off once and apply it 100 times. And that's going to be something you set up as you're taking off. Concrete will have assemblies. You might want to do an assembly. Again, this is what makes sense to you. An assembly might be excavate, or you might have a number for excavating, and then you might have an assembly that includes hauling off site backfill, or some combination of those, so that you're not taking all of those off individually. You have an assembly where I can take off just, a cubic yard number, and I've got a number in my head that includes all these things per cubic yard. Again, the limitation to that is, will I need to break this out later in the road or later down the road? Is this assembly getting too big and unwieldy to be helpful? But for the most part, you're going to be creating assemblies, and it's just typical things, usually smaller things that happen a lot on a project. Again, this is a kind of a typical partition detail. So you might create an assembly that includes these things so that you can just take off your N type partition, your N1 type partition, etc. So we're actually a little ahead, but I'll keep playing. I just, the best way I guess is probably to look and see a takeoff. So some sheets, we can start talking about some sheets a little bit here. Probably 10, 15 minutes and more if we don't have questions. But the other thing with Bluebeam, oh, actually, I'm sorry. So I've shown you uh, two takeoff softwares, Bluebeam and Methvin, that are just giving you a tool to count things. The difference between this and an estimating software is if we go to this guy. So this is ConEst is the name of the company. This is an electrical specific estimating software. And you'll see why. So this is a big old company. It's a pretty, let's say pretty established software. Very, it's pretty expensive. It's in line with the rest of them, but they're all kind of expensive. So what this one does not let it's not quantifying anything. I can't upload a drawing to it. Um, I can't count anything with it. It has to be used in conjunction with Bluebeam or with Methvin, or you can pay ConEst to get the whole package because they do offer the whole package. Um, and it would save some time, but I found that for what I do, a lot of freelance work, I was actually more interested in getting material and labor prices for things that I wasn't too privy to. And that's what this does. So I feed it a quantity and it's going to spit out material and labor based on national labor books. There's a lot of organizations that are all they do is kind of keep tabs on commodity and equipment prices just for programs like this. Um, RS Means is another estimating software that's pretty well known. I don't know a lot of people that like it for bidding. I'm going to show you that. This is much more geared towards pre-bid and kind of design. But again, this isn't counting anything. This isn't quantifying anything. This has to be used in conjunction with what Bluebeam produces or what Methvin produces. But you can see here, I go to plumbing. It's got all these. Again, it's broken up by CSI code, you notice. That's a lot of softwares will be broken up by CSI code. So again, just good to know. Plumbing's 22, suppression's 21, etc. But yeah, I mean, it's got dang near anything you could want. Facility water distribution. So yeah, this is brass pipe, the different diameters, and this is giving me a linear foot price, and it's an assembly because in this price, they're saying this includes threaded couplings and clevis hangers every 10 feet. So the reason this is good and conceptual is it tends to be relatively safe. But if you were bidding a project and you want to be as low as you can while still being profitable and win a job, these sort of this might not be the best program for you. But I want to show you this is another kind of estimating tool that you can use or that's out there. This one's expensive too. I don't know. I didn't have to purchase the license to this, so I'm actually not sure how much this is, but just as a reference for labor and material, it's pretty helpful because it's got everything. And if you're starting from nothing, I've had to estimate scopes that I'm not familiar with just in my line of work, and this has really helped me out. Like doing telecom or something that's kind of niche that I needed help with. I use this. So that's kind of difference between estimating and takeoff. Again, takeoff is counting, and estimating software is actually going to give you material and labor units for everything, like for per linear foot of 3/4 inch diameter pipe. 0.108 labor hours, 775 in material. So that 775 includes a foot of pipe and a couple hangers and a coupling every 10 feet. But to go back to this one, so this is this is something that, a lot of very large electrical contractors use, like multinational contractors. I do a decent bit of change order negotiation, and I see the reports from this program spit out a lot. So it's on like kind of the higher end using on big jobs. But what you can do, and it's been a while since I've used it, is this also will give you an assembly. So I do receptacles MX cable. I want to do, it's asking what kind of wall is this receptacle on? I'm gonna say it's a metal stud wall. We'll do the 2. It's asking for the amperage, so you got to feed it information. We'll say it's 15 amp, 12 gauge MC cable. Again, it's just, so they're actually showing me the assembly that it created. These softwares are pretty wild sometimes. So they're saying, this is what I'm giving you. This is what you've selected. It's a receptacle with MC cable. And we're going to say it's a plastic plate. And we're going to say the plastering, 1/2 inch rise, 12-2 cable. Device input box. 1. 2-wire cable average length, 50. Hanger spacing, 8 feet. Boom. So what it did is it gave me all these items. All of these items, all these line items are part of that one thing that I just took off. And so you can see this is kind of the designation line. This is 115 amp 2G DX commercial receptacle. All I had to do was fill out that information, and it's giving me all these tiny items, everything that goes into it automatically with a labor unit, 0.1 hours, 0.09 hours, 0.09 hours. So all this labor unit is being multiplied by the quantity. And giving me a bunch of totals. So this is a program that is actually has turned out to be more than I need. It's just it's got so much to it that I don't do enough purely electrical jobs to warrant it. But if you are an electrician, and I'm using this one, but there are versions of this for, I want to say, every scope. There's a version of plumbing that's just like this that will give you, you say, I need 100 feet of pipe, and it's going to give you the hangers, the insulation, everything automatically with labor and material units. There's one for mechanical, there's one for civil, there's something for architectural. There's software for everything, and it's an exploding industry. As you might imagine, with AI kicking in and with just the advancements in IT, yeah, it's an exploding industry, and I guarantee there is something that does what you guys do. So you can see this is the report it spit out. So this is from that one thing that I just clicked on. All of this was produced. And it's telling me I've got 8.9 hours and it cost me $150. So it's pretty neat. And these are good numbers. So the database that this company uses is, I'm blanking on the name, but it's a very trusted database. And then the labor they use is from the National Electrical Contractors Association. So it's the labor units that pretty much all electrical contractors are using to put together their bids. But I guarantee, so the caveat to that is I guarantee if someone were actually bidding a job, they'd probably be reducing this labor factor. The general rule is these softwares tend to be on the high side. Every time I've put together a competitive bid using software, I've gone through and had to reduce these usually to like a 0.8, and that will reduce the overall labor. Again, this program has a way to do it pretty easily. I just don't want to waste your time playing around with it, figuring it out quite yet. But this is kind of the high end estimating software. It's not, I still have to feed it linear feet. I have to tell it counts, but it's automatically going to give me all these little things that I could never take off, literally screws and bolts and the plastic cover to the receptacle and the pigtail. It just, it creates a perfect assembly, and you can trust it. You know, it wasn't just a lump sum that someone, you know, kind of roughly knew. It's every little individual piece accounted for. And on the extra side, if someone does say, "Yeah, we don't like your number, we think you're high, we think you're low," you can print out these reports, and you can print them out in a way that you can change. Uh, you can only show what you charge them. Obviously, you don't want to show somebody your cost, but you can show them this report of, you know, if this were a real job, you saw how much was included with one receptacle. If I did a whole job, this thing's going to be a, you know, couple thousand line items of items that you didn't have to input each time. You just did one click and it did 30. But when they want to see, did you do your due diligence? You can print out this 30-page report and tell me, all right, show me the screw I missed. You know, go through line item by line item and tell me where my number is wrong. You know, there's safety in drowning people in numbers and drowning people in information. And I say that because, you know, some end users, owners, GCMs, can be prickly. It just happens. You get in contentious situations. You know, we want to see how you came up with this. We want to see this. Perfect. I'll give you so much information that you'll take one look at it and just agree with whatever I gave you. And that's another kind of maybe subtle but shouldn't be ignored benefit of these types of super in-depth estimating softwares. So we'll talk about that, but I wanted to show you the difference between when I say an estimating software and a takeoff software. That's what I mean. Again, a lot of these big dogs like Conest, and I'm going to do on Saturday. I'm just going to go through a bunch of them. I'm going to try and I think we've got basically the same group. So I want to go through and see what you guys do and try and find softwares that relate to each of you. But a lot of these big dogs will do both, do have an option for both. It's going to be cost. That's the factor. And is it worth it for you? If you're, like I said, but if you're looking to expand and bid a lot of jobs and really get a process in place, something like this will help a lot because this has a sum sheet already. It'll spit out an Excel spreadsheet. It already has the functions where you can break it up into a million different ways. You just need to learn how to fully use it, which honestly, I'm probably using 30 to 40% of this program, which is why I'm not renewing the license because I'm not, you know, if I were an electrical contractor though, I'd be living and dying by this thing. It's really, really good. It can do so many things. But I found for a lot of the work I do, and because I go from mechanical to electrical to plumbing to architectural, it's too specialized for me. And something more general, like combining a takeoff software with RS means, that makes more sense for me at this point, at least. So where are we at with time? Oh shoot. Okay. So we're almost out. Does anyone have any questions? We went over a lot. We're gonna be rehashing a lot Saturday, and then I'll introduce new stuff, but even the new stuff will include some rehashing. Uh so for in terms of a like an estimating software that has everything, well, so what I would do, RS means is all I can think of at the top of my head that goes into um thank you, that goes into all of the trades. As you can see here, I mean it goes into finishes all the way to MEP. I think RS means it's the only one that does that. But if depending on what you do in particular, Mo, there's probably an estimating software just for your scope of work that will be cheaper. Again, RS means is pretty expensive because it's just got all this information. Um, but yeah, means is the only one coming to mind that covers all scopes. But there's all kinds of specific estimating softwares for what you do. One company, and I'll type it in here, that does a lot of um, yeah, I've heard that about means a few times. For GC, um, I'll type it in. Timberline seems to be uh, pretty widely used by some big guys. I know it does come with material and labor for all your GC stuff. I think you can purchase add-ons for MEP. It's not really an MEP software. I'd look into Timberline, and then I believe Timberline uses ProEst. I think it's a package. So what these companies will do, they'll have a name for kind of the estimating portion, and then they'll have a name for their takeoff portion. Like Conest, this is IntelliBid. IntelliBid is their estimating portion, but Conest also the takeoff portion is called something else, and I forget what it is. But look into Timberline. I think they use ProEst as their takeoff. But yeah, Timberline's a big one for GC, and I'll look into that a little more on Saturday too. No problem. Thank you, Juan. All right, guys. Any more? Seems like we're pretty close. Getting late. Yeah, that works too. Yeah, that could make you spend less time on it. All right, guys. Well, thank you. And hopefully I'll see you all on Saturday. And yeah, just think about anything you want me to touch on, I will. But Saturday we'll be doing a lot more on Excel and talking about our sum sheets and all that jazz. I think we're all set, Suzanne. Thanks, guys. Hey, Suzanne, we're ready to stop recording.